Testing that everything is working fine. The topic of today is Russian art, but in reality it's more like Slavic art, since everything starts in what is now Ukraine. Well, before starting, I will talk about mythology. Yes. I start now. Russian culture is an hybrid generated from habits of many civilizations that shaped this great multicultural state, and it is the result of its development for several centuries, being deeply rooted in the culture of the first Eastern Slavs. Let's see if I have any picture of country itself. Probably no. I didn't put. Slavic reference map. As always, I had. I think for the Arabics, I also didn't put a map. Now that I think about it. But anyway. Let's see. A good map will be probably this. Oh, this is not what I'm looking for. I don't want to waste much time on this. I'm going to use this map. Now, of course, it's not the correct format. Because the art I'm going to talk is Russian, and so it doesn't make much sense that it appears small. I'm going to do it like this. First, I'm going to talk about mythology. It's not very long, so I talk about it now. What to say about mythology? There is and mostly they are on the light. Mostly they are orally transmitted tales, so it's like there is not a book with tales. There are just compilations, but there is one specifically that is very quick to read. It's called the Book of Veles. So in this book, you can see the gods being named and such. Well, this is the only one I will recommend about about the early gods and such. And then some gods, I'm going to be searching with pictures so you can see. There are Bielbog and Chernobog, the god of light and the god of darkness. So it is like this. Bielobog or Chernobog, depending how you transliterate. With Christianism, they were associated with God and Satan. Then there are the three important gods called Svarog, let's see, Svarog, Dustbog, and Svarogits. Also, I have seen this with different names. Svarogits, Svarothids, like with these names also. This name also. These are so Svarog, Dustbog, and Svarogit have a story. Svarog is the god of the sky, and his sons are Dustbog, the personification of the sun, and Svarogit, the god of fire. Svarog led his power to Dustbog, that lives in a palace with a chariot of diamonds that has white horses that uh, smell fire, spell fire. Beautiful virgin were with him. The stars of the night and the morning, and the counselors were the seven gods, that are the seven planets, being the comets, the messengers. Then there is Mythology, god of the moon. It can be represented different ways. It can be an old man that waits the return of Dustbog, that is the god of the sun, or as the beautiful wife of Dustbog. And this will explain why the relationship between sun and moon is tempestuous. Then there is a myth about the tree of life. I hope the sun is for me. The tree of life, or the tree of the universe, that grows in the center of the universe over the magic world, the magic rock Alatir, situated in the island of Bujan. And here there are some important gods. And this reminds me, just naming it, the game Rodina. This game, I love this game a lot. And now, after discovering these names, the names of the planets and such, they are taken from here. So, there is Perun, also called Perkunas, the supreme god, god of the sky, the thunder, the storm, the rain, war, law, and fertility, a kind of Zeus. Then there is Veles, or Bolos, or Belnias, the god of earth, water, cattle, and the underworld. And this is not, Veles will be like this. Then there were battles between Perun and Veles. They fight for the protection of the primigenial tree. Then there is Rod, or Dievas. I suppose like this. He's supreme god, god of the ancestor, the destiny, and the family. From Dievas, it is said that he's the creator of the universe, god of the prosperity and richness. This is the same name for the same god, Rod or Dievas. Then another is Yarilo, or Yarilo, or so it has different spellings. Yarilo is the goddess of vegetation, fertility, and spring. Then there is Radokos, that is very similar to Radagast from Lord of the Rings. Radogos is a god associated to Svarothid, the god of fire, one of the gods I have said before. Then there is Morana, also called Marthana, goddess of death, the winter and darkness, like this. These are the same name of the same deity. Another one is Thiva, goddess Thiva. Let's see. This is the goddess of life. It's like the opposite of Morana. Then there is other called Vesna, deity associated to spring. This picture, I like it a lot. Let's see if I can. I think this picture is from. Like I cannot find if they are one or another. Like it could be Vesna or Anmorana, but also it could be um, Thoria and Danica. Thoria is the star of the night, and Danica is the star of the morning. Let's see if I can find this picture bigger. This one. I really like this picture. It's very beautiful. It says Melinoe, but in reality Melinoe is from other mythology, so I don't know. Whatever. And there are also some gods that there are not a lot of information that are called Svantevit and Triglav. These are gods that are not very. It is not very well known what are its function. They have a white horse and a black horse. Then there is Pausos, a Proto-Indo-European goddess of the dawn. Another is Mokos or Mokos, the eighth goddess of the, and this is not Mokos. Goddess is the like goddess picture of the woman things. And that's all. This is all the gods. Then other concepts like the Vilina, heroic poems. Not sure if well, with this picture is okay. These are heroic poems. The Bogatyr is the name of the heroes. Medieval warrior hero, and some important ones are Alyosha Popovic, Dobrynia Nikitic, Ilya Muromets, and they are dragon killers. Now, an important character in the folklore is Baba Yaga. Obviously, I think this is very well known. Baba Yaga is old witch. She lives in a hut with chicken legs, as you see in this picture. She also has a bone leg. She moves in a cauldron and uses the how to say this in English, broom, I think. The broom. She uses the broom as a kind of like doing this. I don't know how to say in English. To roll. Like imagine this is like a cauldron and uses this you see here, like the cauldron is the mount and then uses this to roll. So it's not that she flies in the broom. What other things? So she capture victims to eat. There are different stories related with her. Yes, I'm going to tell the story of Baba Yaga first, now that I'm talking about her. I'm going to tell 3 stories. Baba Yaga and Vasilisa. Let's see, I put a picture. Okay, this picture is nice. Vasilisa is a kid. Her mother dies, and before she dies, she gives her a magic doll. The father marries with a stepmother, but this stepmother is very cruel with Vasilisa. She sends Vasilisa to the house of Baba Yaga to get some fire. The doll is magic, and the doll helps Vasilisa to arrive to the house. She arrives, and the house has a wall of schools, like you see in this picture, a wall of schools. Baba Yaga welcomes her, and she says that she will give her flame if she does some task, and if she fails, she will be eaten. Vasilisa overcomes all the challenge with the help of the doll. Vasilisa asks for some wandering knights that she finds in the way, because when she was going to the house, there were some strange knights appearing randomly, and they are the night of the day, the night of the rising sun, and the night of the night. Vasilisa doesn't ask more because she says that then she will get old. Baba Yaga asks her, "Why are you so wise?" And Vasilisa says that it is because the blessing of her mother. Then Baba Yaga gets scared because she hates blessings, and she put her out, expels her from her home, and gives her a flaming skull. Vasilisa returns to the home, and the flaming skull kills the cruel stepmother. So this is one of the stories. Another story related with Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga and the how to say this? And the niece. Baba Yaga and the niece. Let's see if there is a picture. Not very good pictures here, but I just put like this. So this story is the plot is very similar, but it's like in fact I'm going to put a video on this now that I remember. It is the same, like in a family there is a niece, like a kid that is sent by the stepmother to get something to weave, and she goes to the house of Baba Yaga. That result that it's her aunt, that is the sister of the stepmother. So she goes to the Baba Yaga's home, and then Baba Yaga puts her to weave. The kid helps the people that are around Baba Yaga, not only people but also objects like a tree, a cat, a door, and such. And at the end, she managed to escape. Let me show the video. Baba Yaga cartoon. This one. The audio is okay. This one. In 5 minutes.
Baba Yaga. Long ago in Russia, there lived a young girl called Alana, who was the daughter of a poor farmer. Alana's father loved her dearly, but her stepmother did not. She made the girl work from dawn till dusk and scolded her for no reason at all. One day, while the farmer was away, the stepmother said to Alana,
"Go off to my sister who lives in the forest and borrow a needle and thread. Be off!"
Alana nodded obediently and set off. On the way, though, she went to her grandmother's to ask advice.
"Dear girl, your stepmother's sister is a bony-legged witch called Baba Yaga. If you visit her, keep your wits about you, and remember to be kind to everyone you meet."
The grandmother then gave her some ham, bread, oil, and a ribbon to take with her.
"Use these wisely, and they will keep you safe."
Alana headed into the dark forest. After a long walk, she came to a hut that stood on chicken legs. Peering through the window was the bony old witch, Baba Yaga. Alana called to her bravely.
"Hello, dear step-aunt. I'm here to borrow a needle and thread."
Baba Yaga smiled, which was not a pretty sight.
"All right, my darling. But first, sit down and do some weaving for me."
Alana sat down and started to weave. Baba Yaga croaked softly to her maid.
"Fetch some water for a bath. I want her clean before I eat her."
When the girl heard this, she was terrified, but she kept her head. As Baba Yaga left, she whispered to the maid,
"Why don't you fetch the water in a sieve instead of a bucket?"
And she gave the maid her handkerchief as a gift. From inside the house, Baba Yaga called out,
"Are you washing, girl?" "Yes, dear step-aunt."
Alana noticed a skinny cat, so she threw the ham to it.
"Cat, Is there any way to escape? The cat ate up the ham hungrily, then gave the girl a comb and a towel. Take these and run away. Baba Yaga will chase you, but when she gets close, throw down the towel. If she catches up again, throw down the comb.
Alana took the comb and towel and ran. Baba Yaga's dogs started barking, so she threw them her grandmother's bread. The dogs let her pass. As she got to the entrance, Baba Yaga's gates tried to close on her. Alana poured grandmother's oil on their squeaky hinges, and they let her through. Baba Yaga's birch tree tried to scratch her face, so she tied grandmother's ribbon around it. The tree saw its reflection in a puddle and was delighted with how pretty it looked, so it let Alana pass. Back at the house, the cat was weaving and making a terrible mess of it.
Are you still washing, girl? Of course, my dearest darling. Step hunt.
Baba Yaga instantly ran outside and saw Ilana was gone. She yelled at the cat.
Fool! Why didn't you stop her?
I've served you for years, and you never gave me a scrap. She gave me ham. Furious, Baba Yaga ran towards the gates. She screeched at the dogs, the gates, the birch tree, and the maid.
Idiots! Why didn't you stop her?
The maid spoke on behalf of all of them. We've served you for years, and you never gave us anything. But Ilana was kind to us. Baba Yaga cursed and jumped into her mortar bowl. She raced off after the girl, using the pestle as a rudder and a broom to sweep her trail. Up ahead, Alana put her ear to the ground and heard Baba Yaga getting closer and closer. Quickly she threw down the towel, and instantly it turned into a wide river. The girl ran on. When Baba Yaga reached the river, she fumed. She waved to her bulls, and the beasts lowered their great heads into the river and drank it dry. Baba Yaga set off once more. Again, Alana heard the old witch getting closer. She threw down the comb. Instantly, it turned into an impenetrable forest. Alana turned and ran as fast as her little legs could carry her. When Baba Yaga reached the forest, she shrieked with rage. She tried to gnaw through the trees with her teeth, but even Baba Yaga's teeth weren't that sharp. Cursing and fuming, she gave up, knowing she'd been beaten by a mere girl. Alana arrived home safely, where she found her father had returned. When he heard his daughter's story, he was so horrified that he sent the stepmother away forever. From that time on, he looked after Alana like the precious jewel she was.
Okay, so this is one of the Baba Yaga stories, and that video is very nice because you can see like this, for example. It's very good. Okay, and the other story of Baba Yaga that I'm going to tell is called Danilo and the Ring. Danilo must marry with a girl to who the ring that he has could fit perfectly in the finger, and this girl was casually his sister. So the sister flees away and she arrives to the house of Baba Yaga. She and the servant of Baba Yaga manage to escape after something's happening in there. And when they again meet the brother, this Danilo, results that the sister and the Baba Yaga servant were very similar. So Danilo put the ring in the servant, and the ring was fitting perfectly, and at the end he marries with her. So these are the story of Baba Yaga that I can tell. Now other interesting things like the Domova. Yeah. Not very sure that this is going to appear here. It is a spirit of the home, sad and old character, and he's tricky. His wife is Domovica. Home spirit. Domova home spirit. Okay, it's like this. Other spirit, home spirit are the Dvoboroi, spirit of the courtyard, Vanik, spirit of the bath, or Ovinik, spirit of the stables. Another thing is the Bodyanoi, evil spirit that lives in a palace of crystal in rivers and lakes, and um, fled. He drowned beautiful girls that became water nymphs called Ruskala. It's something like this, and Ruskala are like this, I suppose. Like this. Rusalka. Rusalka. Yeah, sorry, Rusalka. I'm going to write it here. Rusalka. Another is the Lesi, a spirit that tricks the travelers. Then there is the Koschei. Is this one? It's kind of evil character, old, and it's like a danger for women. Something like this. What more? Bodyanoi. It's something like this. Kind of old green old creature. The Slavic dragon. And this is a bit different. Slavic dragon. It is something like this. It is like it has various heads that spell fire, and then there are some names like Smei, Smig, Smaug. So the Smaug from Lord of the Rings, the name comes from here. Smag. In Russia and Ukraine, it is believed of the existence of a dragon called Zmei Gorinik. Zmei Gorinik. Like this dragon. And just to finish, because later in art will appear St. George and the dragon. This is a biblical story, but it's something like this. So it's like dragons are very important for Slavic people. Other creatures like the Vila, mythological creatures equivalent to nymphs. They appear mentioned in Harry Potter. So the villa will be something like this. The vampires. Obviously, everyone knows about vampires, Dracula, and such. The witches, similar to Baba Yaga. This one fly in the brooms. These are more like European. Then the werewolf. They became to wars with the night. And now some little stories that probably I can't find any picture. So like this. I just want to put a picture in background or something. Like for example, this just for random. I just tell some stories that I collected from a compilation. Rice goat. The Tsarevich who became a goat. So a son of Tsars drinks from a magic water and he becomes into a goat, and even if his sister was warning him to not do it. At the end they are adopted. There is a cruel stepmother. The cruel stepmother appears everywhere in these tales, and at the end everything ends fine. The stepmother tries to kill the doctor, but the god discovered the plot, and at the end the father discovered what is happening, and the stepmother is exiled. Another story: the peasant, the bear, and the fox. There is a bear that wants to eat a peasant, but the fox saves him, like by spreading the rumors that there are hunters. So the bear asks to the peasant for help to hide, and so the peasant can kill the bear. But at the end, the peasant is a traitor, and the fox is also killed. Another story, the Tsarevna Prog. There are some sons from Tsars that want to marry, that they actually marry, but one of them marries with a frog. This frog in reality is a beautiful woman, but in one occasion, when this frog is going to transform into a woman, the frog skin it's like let in there. It's not sure how to say. Desprenderse is break off. So in one occasion, the husband burns this skin, thinking that then she can be human all the time. So, but this wasn't a good idea, because the frog woman goes away angry, and then he is trying to find her. She reaches even Baba Yaga's house and such. At the end, they meet again, and they apologize, and they are together again. Another one, the Berlioka giant. This is a probably for this one I can find a picture. Berlioka. This one is a very funny story. A giant that everyone hates. So it's like here in Russian tale. Okay, I'm going to before continuing, I'm going to say something general about Russian tales. It's like they are tales for kids, but in reality they are a bit sinister. Here, objects can talk and can do actions. Another thing I said before, the stepmother is always evil, and then the appearance of Baba Yaga. So you will see this pattern over all the stories that I'm going to tell. About this giant, everyone hates him, so there is a team of... Okay, I need to search this. The don't know an acorn, a rope, a rope, that ram, an old man, and how to say this very specific name, a goose, and a goose, an acorn, a rope, a ram, an old man, and a goat. They team, and they go to the house of this Berlioka, and among them all, they manage to kill him. So just imagine how ridiculous it can be. I really encourage you to read the whole story. It's very funny. Another one is the roaster, the golden roaster. It is a gold that can. It is a roaster that can create gold, and the gold create cakes. So there is a rich man who wants to steal it, but at the end, the roaster recovers the magic golden things, and so it's just another this kind of story. Another one, animals in winter. There is a bull that makes a house for himself for winter. He's encouraging other animals to also create a house or help him to create his house. But the other animals are like, no, because I have hair, so I won't be cold in winter, or I can cover in this place, so it's fine. But then the winter comes, and the other animals feel cold, and they ask for the bull to stay in his home. The bull doesn't want, but they say, if you don't let me enter, then I will destroy your home. At the end, all the animals are inside. So when animals are inside, there is a fox, a bear, and a wolf that see this house, and it's like, there are so many animals in this house, we can eat a lot. So the bear went to the house, but then all the animals inside started to fight the bear. All of them except the roster, but because the roster was saying, go, you can. He was like encouraging the others to hit him stronger. And at the end, the bear escapes, and he says, it's not good idea to enter in there. There were so many crazy animals, and the worst of all, it was the roaster. If he catches me, I'm sure I will be dead. It is a very funny story also. Another one, prodigious kid, a kid that makes desires to be reality. Then there is a plot because there is a bodyguard that steals this kid to have power, but at the end is discovered and so. Another one, the spider myth gear. It is a spider that tricks the flies so she can eat them. Another one, the fox, the rabbit, and the rooster. This is a fox that steals the house of a rabbit, and then the rabbit is asking different animals to help him recover the house and expel the fox. But many animals try, like a bear and such. Many animals try, but they can't because the fox is always, you come and then I will kill you. So at the end, the rabbit finds a rooster that has this is also very funny, a rooster that has a site, and it's like a very aggressive rooster, and the rooster is like, why are you crying, rabbit? And the rabbit says, because a fox has stolen my home. And then the rooster says, it's fine, let's go to your home and I will kill the fox. And then when they arrive the house, the rooster is like, come out, fox, I'm going to kill you. And then the fox is like very scared. At the end, the fox goes out and the rooster kills her. Very funny. Another one. This is the best story for me, the funniest one. It is a story of the bladder, the straw, and the pants. Yes, there is no animated thing in this. So this bladder, the straw, and the pants are want to cross. But I just wonder if there is a picture of this. The bladder, the straw, and the pants. Obviously, I didn't expect to find a picture of this. But I have this. You can. I hope you can see. This is what I did. Let me see how it appears in the video. So it's like this. This is a very funny story. The bladder, the straw, and the pants. They want to cross a river to be famous over the world. Then they suggest for the pants or for the bladder to be like a boat, but at the end they decide that the straw must be a bridge. So the straw puts in position of a brick, and then the pants walk over the straw, but when it is in the middle, the straw breaks in two and the pants fall to the river and they are taken by the river. And then the bladder starts laughing insanely until it explodes. Fantastic story. Another story, the king of cold. He wants to marry with a daughter, and then it's like there is a family, obviously with a stepmother who is evil. So it's like a father that has a daughter and a stepmother who also have some daughter, and then they live together. So the father sends his daughter to the snow, and she gets some gifts from the king of cold. And then the stepmother is jealous and she sends her daughters also to them. They are like stepsisters, but these ones die in the cold because the king of cold don't want them. So this is the story. Another one, the golden fish. This is a fisherman who sees a golden fish. This is a magic golden fish because whatever you ask to this golden fish, you will receive it. So this man asks the things that his wife wants, and it is always crazy things like, I want to have a palace, I want to be a tsarina, I want to be rich, and this kind of thing. at the end, the fish is tired of these stupid things, and the fisherman and his wife return to be poor, and the fish never appear again. Another one, Marco the Rich and Basilio the Disgraced. This is a very funny story, a bit long, but it's very funny, of how Basilio inherits the richness of Marcus. Very funny story because there is a prophecy that says Marcus will lose all his richness to Basilius, and then Marcus is trying to avoid this prophecy, but at the end the prophecy happens anyway. The Soldier and Death. Soldier gets some magic cards and alforja, I suppose it's like a box. Alforja, a saddlebag, to put things inside. He defeats some demons in an abandoned palace, and he also managed to trap death in this saddlebag. But so nobody can die. But at the end, he realized that very old people are like very tired of life and very tired of everything, and they want to die. So at the end, he liberates death. It is also a very beautiful story. Another one, Cat and Fox, both are married, and they do some things in the forest, so the cat is respected by all the other animals in the forest. Another one, Infortunio, maybe it's like the disgrace, the misfortune. Okay, so here this story is a bit weird because I try to imagine the characters while reading, but it's a bit weird. So there is something called the misfortune that I don't know if it is a spirit, a person, or whatever. I think it's a kind of spirit. Something that brings you bad luck and make people to spend all the money. So he has a person like a prisoner, like a prisoner. A person is suffering the misfortune. The things of the misfortune, but then for some reason he managed to bury this misfortune, and then other person unburies the misfortune, and then misfortune is giving misfortune to this new one. I hope I explained well enough. It's a bit weird story, but if you find it, it's very interesting, I guess. Another one, the Scarab Divine. This is a peasant that is very that is a trickster. He has a nickname that is the Scarab, and he wanted to be famous as a divinator or divine. Divino is a fortune teller, soothsayer, diviner, whatever you want to call it. And so the Tsar calls him because his ring has been stolen, and then he's put into jail. But for some luck, the real thieves are close to the prison, and it's like he managed to solve the crime. It's like he gets the fame as fortune teller just because luck. It's another funny story. What more? Magic science. This is about poor peasants. A wizard instruct their son to become into different things. Later, they use this power to get money, but at the end, it doesn't work very well. And then I will mention, well, another before that, there is another story that is called Sadko and the Tsar of the Sea. Sadko is a boy from Novgorod that plays the dulcimer, and he marries with a rebel Volkov, that is the daughter of the Tsar of the Sea. Maybe there is a Sadko. Interesting that there is a film about this. I didn't know. I didn't watch this film, so I don't know how it is. But I suppose this is the Tsar of the Sea. I suppose. Very nice. Probably today I will watch this film later. Anyway, and I will also mention this is not really Russian. This is more like from Germany, but just because the music of Tchaikovsky, I just also include here the Nutcracker story. That is Nutcracker. That basically if you remember this, is basically that he's alive and he was a person, but he was transformed into a Nutcracker by the king of the mouses, and then there is a battle between him and the mouses, and at the end he wins and such. Another one, the Swan Lake. Swan Lake, there is a man called Siegfried. Then Odette is the swan princess that is transformed into a swan by the wizard Rothbard, whose daughter is Odette, the black swan. And it's like to defeat Rothbard, the Siegfried and Odette must fall in love and such, but then Odile disguised as Odette, so she tricks the prince, but at the end everything is solved and there is happy end. Just mentioning that. And this is everything I have to say about mythology, so I'm going to start with the art now. Kievan Rus. The Kievan Rus is the ancient state formed by the Slav tribes of the actual Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This artistic period is between the Greek churches were built after the adoption of Christianism. I say that most that will appear in this presentation are churches. Just mentioning that. The Greek churches were built after the adoption of Christianism. The style is similar to the Byzantine. These Orthodox churches were built mainly of wood. Also, I want to do a very quick separation, because when the separation Roman Empire. So when the Roman Empire, this picture is fine. The Roman Empire breaks, then this will be the different barbarian kingdoms, and this will be the Byzantine Empire. So I just want to mention that all of these are Christianism, but these are Catholic and these are Orthodox. And always remember this, like for example, here there is Italy with Rome and thinking Vatican and such. So this is the heart of Catholic Church, the Catholic Christianism. And then here it is Greece. It is the Greek Christianism, let's call it like that. And that is the Orthodox. And this Orthodox Christianism that happened in the Byzantine Empire is the same that is going to happen in Russia and these Slavic countries. Okay, Saint Sophia of Novgorod. Already mentioned in Byzantine art, and I'm going to delete this. It has 5 stone domes. It was built by Vladimir of Novgorod in honor to his father, Yaroslav the Wise, as a sign of gratitude of the people of Novgorod for his help in the conflict of Yaroslavs and in the Kievan Rus. Let me start with the pictures. This is Saint Sophia of Novgorod. Honestly, I'm just going to put one picture per each. Maybe for some I will put more than one, but in general I just want to put one per each. This I prefer to put this, or no, I put this. The other one is like the typical visual reference I have, but okay, I know what I'm going to do, just because this one is kind of important. For most of them, I will just put one. Okay. Yuriev Monastery, also called St. George Cathedral, was built by Prince Vsevolod Mstislanovich. It has narrow windows and frescoes in the interior depicting the prince. It is one of the biggest buildings of Novgorod. Yuriev is this one. For this one, I also should put 2. Is this one? I'm going to do something to try to avoid later having to edit everything. Just give me a second. I'm going to close, open again. Okay, you see this Yuriev Monastery, okay. Golden Gate of Vladimir. This is the only thing that survived after the siege of the Mongols. It is said that in the 18th century, Catherine II the Great was scared to go through it, fearing that it would fall. The walls and the barbican were destroyed and were built 2 circular towers. Golden Gate of Vladimir is this one. Church of the Intercession of River Nile, built with white stone. It has a dome with 4 columns in the interior, elongated proportion with dark interior. Built by Andrei Bogolyubsky to commemorate his son, who was murdered. In spring it is flooded and it seems it is flooding. This one. Intercession on river. Dormition Cathedral of Vladimir, also called of the Intercession, was commissioned by Andrei Bogolyubsky for Virgin Mary, Saint Patron of Vladimir. This one. I'm going to use the white one, even if it has the watermark. There is going to be a lot of pictures with watermark, but it's the most beautiful pictures are like that. So I just don't care. It is very hard to find good pictures of these churches. Kiev, Pechерsk, Lavra. I added this complex too. Complex, also called Kiev Monastery of the Caves. The beginning is in this year, in the reign of Yaroslav I, the Prince of Kiev supported the construction. It has many buildings, among them I also added the Dormition Cathedral. Soon it will be the most important building of Kievan Rus. This Monastery of the Caves is the last one. I'm going to add to the close-ups is worth in this one. This one and this one as close-ups. And then this one as panoramic. Monastery of the Caves. Yeah. Next period. Early Muscovite period. The Mongols plundered so much the country that even the capital cities couldn't be built with stone due to its price till half of the century, except Novgorod and Pskov. Novgorod, Church of Transfiguration. It is a memorial for Ilya Muromets that saved the city, and it is in Ilina Street. Ilina Street. I think this is a typo. Okay, no, it is Ilina. Okay, it has Frescoes of Byzantine master Theophanes the Greek. So Churchill exported its characteristics to Muscovy. This is a Church of Transfiguration. And then another for the other. And this is okay, nothing else. So I'm going to put this in here. Transfiguration. No, God. Veliki Novgorod is the old Novgorod. In the 14th century, the churches in Muscovy are stone fortified churches. The Ascension Cathedral of Zenigorod, built of white stone with dome, proportion, and harmony. The interior has frescoes of painter Andrei Ryubliov. This is this Nigorod. Okay, let's see what picture I put here. This one, but I'm going to put it. Trinity Labra of St. Sergius. It is a fortress. Defender resisted for 16 months against policemen. These centuries it was an important cultural center. Books were written, copied and saved, and makers worked. Due to his history and merits, in 18th century it was the title of Lavra, that means superior monastery. Sava Storosevsky Monastery, this near River Moskova, founded by Sava, disciple of Saint Sergius Radonchev, use of white and red color. These are two monasteries. This is one. This is the other. If I find the pictures I want. This, maybe. Yes. This one. And the other is this one. I don't find it. Nope. The last one. I'm going to put one more picture. I want to put this one. Maybe. Because it's very beautiful. So this is 3D Labra of Sun use. The other is the Sava. Sava Dorothevsky Monastery. Give me a moment. The air conditioner is starting to get hot. I want us to start this stream before it gets too hot, but already 11 and almost 30 degrees. I just can't. Okay, I continue. It's kind of funny because I'm streaming about cold place, and I feel jealous. Anyway, at the end of the 15th century, Muscovy was very powerful. Ivan III the Great invited Italian masters from Florence and Venice, and they built similar old construction from Vladimir with Italian Renaissance decoration, the Cathedral of Moscow Kremlin. Dormition Cathedral, also called Ascension Cathedral, directed by Italian architect Aristoteles Fioravanti from Bologna, that studied the art of Pskov, Novgorod, and Vladimir to learn the forms. Here the Tsars were enthroned among other important acts. Dormition. I suppose it's this one. Yes. Nice interior. Okay, I'm going to put in exterior and interior for this one, as I won't put many interiors. I suppose this. Yes. This one, and then the interior, this one. So this is called Dormition Cathedral Kremlin. I wonder if I put this in Google. Yes, it's Moscow Kremlin. Archangel Cathedral, nice mix of Russian art and Italian Renaissance art, directed by Italian architect Adelizio de Neu from Venice. This cathedral was the sepulchre of Prince and Tsar till Peter the Great. Annunciation Cathedral, built by Russians Alarifes after a fire the times of Ivan the Terrible. It was rebuilt and it was added a porch called Porch of Ivan the Terrible because of he marries 4 times. After the third you cannot enter the church. One of each if possible. Archangel Cathedral, this one. Annunciation is this one. Let's see if I find it. This is one. Another Archangel. This one. That I'm going to put it. Okay, never mind. Bot. Archangel Cathedral. I suppose this is also in Kremlin. Yes. Moscow, Kremlin. And the other is Annunciation Cathedral. Also in Moscow, Kremlin. These cathedrals were imitated in Russia over 16th century. Novodevichy Monastery, founded by Vasily III, father of Ivan the Terrible. It is a fortress. In its interior is the Cathedral of Our Lady of Smolensk from Middle Muscovite period. This is Novodevichy. And this first picture is the best. Other constructions, fortifications of the Kremlin of Moscow. The original wall was built and the actual with tower was built in the 15th century. The tower that appears in the 13th is Paskaya. Tower. I'm going to put this. Towers, Paskaya. Ivan III the Great Bell Tower. In the center of the Moscow Kremlin is this bell tower, unifying all the styles of the place. Palace of Facets. It is also in the Moscow Kremlin, and it was the feast hall of the Tsars, Episcopal Palace of Sultan, and Uglitz Palace. Okay, one by one. Wall of the Kremlin. Shouldn't be hard to find. This one. Paskaya Tower. The Bell Tower. I see it. This one. What more? Palace of Facets. Okay, this one is going to be needed. I separate maybe. Because here it is too big. Here, the tower. The other is the Spasskaya. Palace of Facets. Missing two more. Interesting. I'm going to put that one. Okay. Suftal and Uglitz. Episcopal's Palace of Suftal. Uglitz Palace. Middle Muscovite. In the 16th century was included a tented roof in brick construction. These churches symbolized the liberation of Russian art from Byzantine influences after Constantinople fell. Ascension of Kolomenskoye, built for the birth of Ivan IV the Terrible, it was one of these churches, whose style had a great influence in the next construction. Iberian Gate and Chapel, this is the only gate of Kitay Gorod of Moscow. Teremnoy Palace, a building part of the Moscow Kremlin that was the main house of the Tsars in the 16th century. If I can put another, probably no. Not very interested also. Just this one. I like this panoramic. Ascension of Kolomenskoye. Iberian Gate and Chapel. It is mostly, oh, this picture. This is the Kolomenskoye, so maybe I can put this. It's a bit dark, but at least I can see the building like more close up. So it's good. Okay, then this gate, Iberian Chapel and Palace of Terems. This one has many interiors, many nice. Iberian Chapel. Well, what is it? This. I want to put the other. Well, today I am like, I don't see anything. Here. Well, I'm going to edit. So this one and Terence Palace. Only one. This. And then I will put some interiors. Peremnoi Palace. And some interiors of this palace. Not many, just a few. I think only these two, because these ones, this two is fine. St. Basil's Cathedral. This is the most important building of this period. It is made of brick and it is the Red Square of Moscow, near the Kremlin. It has bulbous domes. The construction was ordered by Ivan IV the Terrible to commemorate the conquest of Kazan. The bronze statue represents Dmitry Posarsky and Kizma Minin, both defenders in the time of troubles. The initial concept was to build a group of chapels, each one for a saint in whose day the Tsar won a battle, but the central tower unified these spaces in a cathedral. This is the most known cathedral. Probably 3, because I want to put exterior, interior, and details. So 1 for exterior, 1 or 2 for details, this and this for details. And 1 for interior. Like this. Okay. The legend says that Ivan IV the Terrible made blind The architect was Nijagolev, and so he couldn't do other building better than this, but this is just a supposition, since he worked in the Kremlin of Kazan later. Due to this church has no similar previous building, it is in argument what is its influence. Honestly, I think the most accurate one is that it is partially inspired in the mosque called Zarif, destroyed by Russian soldiers in the siege of Kazan. It is descendant of the one of Kolomenskoye, but that one is also an argument. Not sure if I have this. Mosque calls are collecting search. Well, this is like a legend. Um, Late Muscovite. The late Muscovite period was from this. After the period of troubles, the church and state were in bankrupt and they couldn't pay more constructions. The rich merchants of Yaroslav financed many cathedrals in 17th century with many bulbous domes and tender roofs. Elijah the prophet in Yaroslav, the first churches were asymmetric like this. It follows the tradition of Middle Muscovite period. The interior has frescoes of Byzantine influence. They were commissioned by Yulita Makarova and were painted by a team of 15 people led by Guri Nikitin and Sila Savin. They represent scenes of the life of Elijah and also like normal life scenes. As you see, churches everywhere. But this is fine, at least for me, because they are more interesting. But in the next streams after my months of break, there will be when I am with Europe, it is going to be churches and mods. A lot of modny churches. Elias, this one. And it gets a little bit tired when it is all the time churches. So this one is Elijah the prophet and Yaroslav. St. John Chrysostom, Koropniki, it follows the aesthetic of the previous one but greater. The bulbous domes are very big compared with the own building. St. John the Baptist in Yaroslav, it is the best of all these churches and the most beautiful. It has 15 domes. The bell tower was built later. The interior has more than 500 frescoes about Christian saints and John the Baptist and biblical themes. They were painted by Dmitry Plekhanov and Fyodor Ignatiev. Wow, this is amazing. I'm going to put this. And about this, the Baptist is this one, and then the other one. Very hard to find. This one. Yes. I need to put this. Sorry that this picture has have the watermark, but there's no other way. I prefer using good pictures with watermark than bad pictures without watermark. St. John, Chrysostom, Korovniki, and the other is autosaving. The other is St. John the Baptist in Yaroslav. And for this one, I am going to put some interior things. Like this picture. More. The churches of Moscow in the 17th century are very well decorated, but they are more small, I suppose. They are smaller. They are more little. I'm not very sure if it depends that they are more scarce or more small, but so I'm not even sure if they made a put in this church. These church. Ascension of Uglitz. Well. An example of how hard it is to find pictures of this. Where is this? I just don't see it. I'm just going to delete this, but just don't know. Odegetria Vyatma, one of the most beautiful buildings. It has three tender roofs, similar to candles. It is called so by Virgin Theotokos Odegetria, the Virgin that guides, saying that the child is the path to salvation. And Nativity of Putinki, many tended roofs, following the aesthetic of the one of Vyatma. This one is one of my favorites. Vyatma 1 and Putinki, Moscow. I'm going to put the two snowy ones. Not this, obviously, the other one, this. And then for the Putinki, this. Money cards, anyway. This one, no. Yes. The get or the get yeah no. And nativity Putinki. And Moscovitz very low. The patriarch Nikon said that tender roof constructions were not Byzantine typical, and so he declared them anti-canonical. The tented roofs were forbidden. Voskresensky Monastery, this is the residence of Nikon. It is also called New Jerusalem Monastery of Resurrection Cathedral. Byzantine forms are recuperated. This Putinki is very nice interior. I'm going to put interior of the Putinki. At least one. I want this. Let's see how long I take to find it. This. Now this one. This is the monastery. Well, this one, and then this one, and one of the interior like this or this one, and that's all. To call it different. Boss Kresensky. What? Boss Kresensky Monastery, New Jerusalem Monastery. Boss Kresensky. When the tended roofs were forbidden, the Muscovite architects used bracket arches called kokosniki. Kazan Cathedral in Moscow, do not confuse with the one in St. Petersburg. It is. Well, I'm going to delete this. It is in the Red Square. It is a reconstruction because Stalin destroyed it. Holy Trinity, Nikitniki, St. Nicholas in Kamovniki, Trinity of Ostankino, Great Cross in Kitegorod. This one was destroyed by Stalin and was lost. Give me a moment. The ring back. Our Lady of Kazan of Moscow. Now some random others. Constantino. This one. The painting I have seen it before, but I don't find it now here. Holy Trinity, Nikit, Nikit. Yes. Next one. Sat Nicholas, Kamok, Niki. Trinity, Ostankino. Red Cross, Kitaiborod. Map, Bovet. Russian architecture became purely decorative, influenced by Ukrainian and Polish Baroque. The first Russian Baroque churches were little chapels built in zones of family. Narskin near Moscow, so the name Narskin Baroque is frequently used in this style. Some of these churches are similar to towers, with cubic or octagonal floors. Protection of the Theotokos, Philly, composition similar to a stair with built tower, Ascension, Pokrovka, it seems more like a jewelry ward than a building. The Stroganov patronized many Baroque building like Nativity in Nizhny. Let's see. Protection of Theotokos. Pokrov. Nativity of Nizhny. I'm going to put the snowy one. At the beginning of the 18th century, it is interesting to name the wooden churches in the north of Russia. Intercession of Pitegra, it has 24 domes, and Kisi Pogos, the legend says that the carpenter Nestor only used one axe, that when the building was done, he threw it into the Lake Onega, while he said there wasn't and won't be other churches like this. The most important building of this complex is the Transfiguration Church with 22 domes. Near it is the Intercession Church with 9 domes. The amazing thing of this construction is that they were built without any nail. From Kissipogos probably I will put more pictures, not just one. Kissipogos is very amazing. Intercession in Vitegra. These are very amazing. Then for the Kissipogos, Palace of Alexei Mikhailovich, the artistic reconstruction of interiors was based in historical sources and authentic prototypes. Okay, Imperial period. How much time I'm streaming? 2 hours. Okay. Imperial period. Peter the Great from Romanov dynasty moved the capital city from Moscow to St. Petersburg. Thanks to him, Russia was occidentalized and was one of the main European powers. Petrine Baroque, developed by Peter the Great mostly in St. Petersburg, bricks with Byzantine influences with inspiration of Dutch, Danish, and Swedish architecture. Peter and Paul Cathedral has funerary remains of emperors and empresses. From Peter the Great till Nicholas II has a great bell tower. 12 Collegia, the Russian government. Now it is the main complex of the University of St. Petersburg. Kunstkamera, First Museum of Russia, Kigin Palace, commissioned by Alexander Kigin, confiscated by the crown and used to have the royal library and a cabinet with curiosities. Menshikov Palace, House of Alexander Menshikov, confiscated when he has to go in exile. After being a military academy and a museum, it became part of the complex of Hermitage Museum. Kigin Palace and Menshikov Palace. They are so big. Like the pictures are very big. I'm going to need one per each. And Menshikov. Mexico. In the reign of Empress Anna and Elisaveta Petrovna, architecture was dominated by the luxurious Baroque of Bartolomeo Rastrelli, Italian architect. Winter Palace, official home of Russian Tsars, monumental scale, intention to reflect the power of Imperial Russia. This is extremely big palace. And I will have to put it exterior and interior. I'm going to put 3 probably, but probably Winter Palace. Let's see what name is this. India. Interior is very beautiful, also very expensive. I put one of the facade and one of the interior. Catherine Palace, summer home of Russian Tsars on Rococo style. Origin when Catherine I contracted Johann Friedrich Braunstein to build her a summer palace for her distraction. Remembers a lot to the Versailles Palace in France. It's basically a copy-paste of Versailles. Let's see what pictures I put of this. Probably this will have money because it has garden and that is very nice to add. This one, and at least one of the interior. For this, I'm going to put the one with the sculptures. And then one of the interior. Catherine Palace. Smolny Convent, cathedral and complex of buildings. It was for Elisabetta. It was for Elisabetta, daughter of Peter the Great, when was set aside from the throne. After the Putsch, she ascended to the throne. With the coming to the throne of Catherine II, neoclassic style supplanted Baroque, so Rastrelli, the architect, couldn't finish it. The architect Vasily Stasov finished it with neoclassical interior. Smolny Convent. Catherine the Great dismissed Rastrelli and contracted neoclassical architects for Scotland and Italy. Alexander Palace, the favorite home of the last Russian Tsar, Nicholas II, commissioned by Catherine for Alexander I. He gave it to Nicholas I, his brother, Alexander Nevsky Lavra, founded by Peter the Great, to have the remains of Alexander Nevsky, Russian leader and saint of Orthodox Church. It was elevated to the category of Lavra, a high honor. Want to put us interior maybe, but this picture is very heavy. Wait, I need to do a lower size. Okay. There was another, I think. Alexander Nevsky Lavra. Alexander the First of Russia liked the empire style. Our Lady of Kazan, dedicated to the Virgin of Kazan, most venerated icon of Russia, was built by Andrei Voronin and has a colonnade of 96 columns of a similar form to the St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. In the interior of the icon is the icon of the Virgin of Kazan. Remember, this is different from the Moscow. This one is in St. Petersburg. Admiralty was the school of Russian imperial admirals. Bolshoi Theater, built designed by Osip Vov. It's the biggest theater in Europe of neoclassical style. Not very sure how many pictures because these buildings are very important. Kazan. No, not this picture. I'm going to add this picture. Maybe it's smaller, but it's better panoramic. Our Lady of Kazan and Petersburg. Just to check, I'm totally sure. Yes. Admiralty. This is the Virgin of Kazan. I'm going to see if I can put it. Admiralty. I'm going to put another picture that is icon of Kazan. I suppose all these buildings are in St. Petersburg, but I want to be totally sure. See. I'm going to add another. I want one that is more neutral. And then the next one, the Bolshoi Theater, obviously this one, exterior and interior. Saint Isaac, the richest church of St. Petersburg. In decoration were used 43 different kind of minerals. In the dome were used near 100 kilograms of gold. Near 400 artworks decorate the cathedral between sculptures, painting, and mosaics. It has a capacity of 14,000 persons, and it is a museum now. And Narva Triumphal Arch, it was made to commemorate the Russian victory over the troops of Napoleon Bonaparte. This Saint Isaac is also very amazing. Also, this is Cathedral of Saint Isaac. It's amazing with this dome and the interior. This one I'm going to put different pictures. Obviously, it's in St. Petersburg. And now more. The interior and the dome. The interior is the most amazing. This one is too big. This is. I need to reduce this. Then the dome. Nicholas the First facilitated the regulation in architecture, appeared the eclecticism. Grand Kremlin Palace, official residence of the Russian president. It has 700 rooms, included some old rooms of the Tsar. It is important to mention St. George's room, consecrated to the Russian military glory. In the walls there are columns, and in each one there is an allegorical statue, incarnation of victory. There are plaques with the names of the heroes of Russia in golden letters. In this room are celebrated feasts in honor to the veterans, among other events. So for this one, again, interior and exterior. Oh, this one, I forgot. The Triumphal Arch. So this one is called Narva Triumphal Arch. I want to save. Great Palace of Kremlin. This is the interior. This with the golden plaques. I suppose this is in Moscow. Grand Kremlin Palace. Obviously, because the Kremlin is in Moscow, but now the interior. And also this about the plagues. This. Savior of the is very close to finish with Imperial. Savior of the Spilled Blood, also called Church of Resurrection of Christ, built in the palace in the place where Tsar Alexander II was murdered. Multicolored decoration built with red and brown brick, polychromed tiles and bracket arches. Kokosniki has 5 domes and copper and enamel of different colors. This one is also very amazing. It is near water, so let's see how many pictures I put. Um, Probably 4 pictures in 2 pages. This one and at least one of the interior. This one, obviously. Savior on Spilled Blood. I'm not sure where this is. I think it's also in Moscow and St. Petersburg. Christ the Savior, the tallest Orthodox church of the world. It was destroyed to build the Palace of Soviets, but was rebuilt. Russian architecture was led by modernism, then neoclassical mixed with empire style. The external walls are of white stone. In the bell tower there are circular marble medallions with images of saints. let's see, last one. This one, but I don't want this picture. This one. It's very big. One moment. I'm going to put this just for some variation. Post-revolution. In the first year of Soviet government, the architects weren't allowed to leave the country, so began the formalists. It is also the constructivism. Tatlin Tower, made by Vladimir Tatlin for the Third International Monument with Industrial Aesthetic, and Zhukov Tower by Vladimir Zhukov. It is a communication tower in Moscow. This is going to be very quick. Vladimir Tatlin and Zhukov. Architecture is going to finish very quickly. Tatlin Tower and Zhukov Tower. Cities were rebuilt, field of Mars, its existence began in the first years of St. Petersburg, but at this time it is a memorial for the victims of the revolution. The statue is Alexander Suvorov, national Russian hero, as a young Mars by sculptor Mikhail Kozlovsky. Lenin Mausoleum, it was built by Alexei Shushev, ordered by Soviet government when Lenin died. The corpse is exposed like mummified. This is going to be probably one for each. Wheel of Mars. And Lenin Mausoleum. Let's see. Wheel of Mars with the statue and Lenin Mausoleum. With the this. Sorry, I'm hearing some weird noise, like if something is broken. Russia is pretty monstrous now, but it's still a beautiful country overall. Moscow, I thought it was Moscow. Well, it is spelled different, and yes, not really talking about war stuff. I'm just talking about the art. It's very sad what is happening. But anyway. The quick development in materials and technologies influenced in the constructivist elements and the structure design. Rusakov Workers Group by Konstantin Melnikov. This building. Okay, I put this thing here. Rusakov Workers Club. Post-war. Post-war Russia is from the state. It is before it's Stalin's period. Stalin dislikes constructivism. He likes neoclassicism. All Russia Exhibition Center. It is a great carnival center created at the beginning for agricultural exhibitions. House of Soviets. This is in St. Petersburg, and it was for the government of Leningrad, the name of the city at that time. It has a great statue of Vladimir Lenin by Mikhail Anikusin. Ostankino Tower, a telecommunications tower in Moscow by Nikolai Nikitin, and White House of Moscow, the building for Moscow Parliament, and that is now the home of the president. Not sure how many pictures I'm going to add of this. This is the first thing, the All Russia Exhibition Center. I'm going to add two pictures because I want to add also picture with the festival. Russia, exhibition, and or center. I suppose it is the same. Center. Okay. Another one. House of Soviets. I think I'm going to put this one with the sculptor and that's all. And what else? Ostankino Tower and White House of Moscow. Now the Metro of Moscow. Modern Russia, Triumph Palace, a building of apartments in Moscow, skyscraper of Moscow. And this is the last thing. I'm going to put one more. This. This one. Triumph Palace, Moscow. And last one. Skyscrapers in Moscow. Now, sculpture. Missing sculpture, painting, and little more, and then it's done. Three hours, okay. Main characteristic of Russian sculpture is monumentality. It has a strong relation with its history and Greek Roman themes. At the beginning, it was not very developed due to the prohibition of idolatry. After the change of Peter I, sculpture began to seem like European sculpture. Ancient Russia. Scars, mostly in reliefs in churches. Wood is favorite material. Relief of St. George's Cathedral, relief in Cathedral of Demetrius, Ludogoretsky cross of wood. Ludogoretsky cross. Relief of St. George and reliefs of St. Demetrius. And the sound is working. Hmm. I hope yes. Muscovite period, polychrome wooden sculptures. Yes. Polychrome wooden sculpture, St. George by Vasily Yermolin, relief of St. George and the Dragon in Rostov, Kremlin, relief of St. George and the Dragon, and there's another one, and St. Nicholas. Probably two. Imperial Russia, Baroque. Peter the First the Great occidentalizes Russia. Interest in classical sculpture. Summer garden full of sculptures. Monument to Ivan Krylov and Venus Tauride found in excavations in Rome. Neptune from unknown author. Carlo Rastrelli will work for the Tsars. The portrait that developed. Peter the First, Alexander Menshikov, Anna Ivanovna, Peter the First. In 18th century, Baroque sculpture is dominant, more portraits. The Palace of Catherine and the Palace of Catherine is full of sculptures. Um, Detail of the Facade and Atlas. Nicolas Francois Gillet, Peter First, Suvalov, Fedot Subin, Catherine II, Alexandre Golitsyn. The master of all is Etienne Maurice Falconet, French sculptor who makes the bronze horseman, the amazing monument to Peter I the Great. Here I'm just going to add a few, not all. Peter the First. Too lazy to add this. Not this one. What more? Catherine. Still a lot of schools are so lazy. Anyway. Imperial Russia, neoclassicism happens at the end of the 18th century. Fyodor Gurdjieff, Prometheus, Tomo Alexander Gorstin, Ivan Martos, Action copy of the Fountain of Peterhof, Theodosius Chandrin, Marcia's Venus, Diane, Ivan Prokofiev, Morfeo, Actaeon, Union of the Volkov, and Neva Rivers. Just going to add a few, not going to add all of them. Maybe just one of each author and that's all. This tomb. Fountain. Of Alexander Golitsyn by order Dion better for Fountain Martos Diane Pedrin Union of the Volkov and Neva Rivers by Prokofiev. Mitchell Kozlowski, More and Sanson Fountain in Peterhof, cultural many authors. Nineteenth century. It, it reflects the development of the nation and the social conscience of Russian society, having the war against Napoleon that generated great patriotism, admiralty, let's see, uh, admiralty about memes and a famed genius playing the victory. So these are the names, and this is the genius. Triumphal arch in Moscow, rostral columns, commemorative columns of a naval battle. This is the triumphal arch, the rostral columns. Let's see how I put this. In 19th century, well, a lot of sculptures here, obviously, not going to put all of them. This one. Now I'm going to put the triumphal arch. Now there are all these columns. Put this and then this. Admiralty nymph. Triumphal Arts in Moscow. Rostral columns. General Staff Building in front of Winter Palace. Lady of Milk with Broken Jug by Sokolov. Project of Tombstone of Kozlovsky by Pimenov. Minin and Posarski by Martos. This is the statue in front of the St. Basil's Cathedral. Boris Orlovsky, Fyodor Tolstoy, Ivan Vitaly, more sculpture. Alexander Palace sculpture, Henry Scenes, Peter Claude. Okay, I stop here. Nina Posarski, obviously. More things. Just going to put the relief. Very tired of portraits. So this relief. Hello, Susie. My video bugged. Maybe it's the internet, I suppose. You called your parents, that's nice. And I'm going nice, I'm a bit tired. I hope to finish soon. If the video is paused again, please tell me because I should check the internet. It is auto-saving. Let's see what other cultures. Okay, these ones are nice. Something different at last. Uh, Alexander Palace sculptures. I'm going to put some of these Henry scenes. This one. This is first step by Kamensky. Peter Cloth. I'm going to add also this one. Wow. Now the horseman. If I find it, this one. What happened here? What? Peasant in trouble. By Chief Law. Or Chief Hawk. And then the one of the horse. How many topics left for today? Just finishing sculpture, then a bit of painting, and I'm almost at the end. And it's called bridge. Millennium of Russia, this is one of my favorites. Patriotic monument to commemorate the 1,000 years of Russian state. General concept by Mikesin appear. Many characters of Russian history. Many characters of Russian history appear. Painting by Bogdan Birevaldi. At least two. One for the general and one for a close-up. Very sure if I have deformed it. This is the painting. Catherine the Second, Pushkin, Ivan IV. Anto Antokolsky. Kolsky. Antokolsky. And now the last part, 20th century. Love, Pushkin. Trubetskoy. Trubetskoy. Just two, and that's all. Anna Golubkina. And Sergei Konenko. Soviet period. Let's see here. Monument of the victims. This appeared before already. So I'm going to add it with an implosion, but Putin. Paul Kozmitsa. Okay, almost finishing with sculpture at last. This statue of the motherland is amazing, just totally amazing, super big. And finally, sculpture is finished. Four hours. I think I'm going to take 5 hours to finish. This chapter is about Russian painting before 18th century. Romanticism and art will be included in the future chapter about it. This saving, so one moment. Middle Ages, strong Byzantine influence, icons imported from Roman Byzantine Empire, birth of national schools like Kiev School, Novgorod School, Moscow School, and Stroganov School. Oh, these are other sculptures. I'm going to add just this. Also, no idea what is the name or whatever. Okay, that's all. School of Kiev. It followed the Byzantine style, but with own characteristics like selection of colors or dimension of images. The most famous representation is the Virgin of Vladimir. In the 13th century, Kiev was conquered by the Mongols. Virgin of Vladimir. Novgorod School in frescoes and the Byzantine style is beginning to separate from Russian art. Christ Archeropoietos and the position in the sepulchre. Christ Archeropoietos, the position in the sepulchre. Let's see if I can put both here. Moscow School, they define the iconostasius, full walls covered with icons. Andrei Rublev is the most talented painter. Trinity, Baptiste, Annunciation, Nativity. Other authors are Dionisio, Christ Descends to Hell, and Simon Usakov, Mary Tree, Mandillion, and Last Supper. This one has more. One moment. Trinity, Annunciation, Baptiste. Nativity. Stroganov school. They prefer miniatures. Miniatures is in the popular ones there are marginal representations, and in the aristocratic ones miniatures are all the page. Stromir Gospel, Miscellaneous Venoslav, Rybzinit Chronicle. I'm confused. One moment. Okay, I understand. Radziwill Chronicle. Russian Occidentalization. It happened with Peter the First the Great. European artists came to Russia, and Russian artists traveled to Europe. Theotokos by Karl Zolotaryov, still with Byzantine tradition. Count Andrei by Andrei Matsevyev. This was the first painter educated totally out of Russia, outside of Russia. Let's see if I can put all this. I'm thinking something. Other pictorial tradition, lacquered miniatures, they began in 18th century in the city called Fedoskino, so they are called Fedoskino miniatures. They are paintings over paper mache using oil and strange pigments, like dust or precious metals, for example, of different themes, landscapes, hunt scenes, flower portraits, and overall scenes of Russian legends. Folkloric painting at the beginning of 18th century, the artists are anonymous and are of state schools. They use all formal models and traditional techniques, wedding of trumpets. It was called Fedoxino. Fedoskino. Fedos. Wedding in Toropets. Finally, the last part. Faberge House. It is a jewelry house founded in St. Petersburg by Gustav Faberge using the name Faberge. His son Peter Carl Faberge ruled the house at his death till it was nationalized. And there are the Faberge eggs and Faberge animals. It is saving, so one moment. Obviously not going to put super money, but just a few. Where is this? Okay, enough. So Fabergé eggs created by Carl Fabergé and his artisans for the Russian Tsars. Russian Easter eggs. Among the materials used there are metals like gold, platinum, silver, copper, nickel, palladium, steel that were combined in different proportions to get the colors. Other techniques, the guilloche, engraved work in the metal to create waves of symmetric tones. Many eggs included minerals like jasper, malachite, rhodonite, rock crystal, lapis lazuli, jade, also precious stones like sapphire, rubies, of emerald, even diamonds. Other semi-precious stones used as moonstones, gametes, olivines, and megastones. And Fabergé animals, different little animals made of various minerals like chalcedony, jade, animals like this. Just going to put some examples. I can put at least 4 in here, I think. Maybe even one more. Matryoshka, traditional Russian dolls that come from Japan, created. They are dolls into dolls. The name of the dolls can go from 5 to the number you want. The number of the dolls can go from 5 to a number you want, usually being rare more than 20. They are multicolored. The Matryoshka with more dolls has 75 dolls. Obviously, I'm only going to add one picture. Matryoshka doll or Matryoshka, that's all. And last two things. Hokloma. It was born in Nizhny Novgorod in the 17th century and has its name due to the commercial town, Hokloma. At the beginning, it was made in monasteries for the Tsars, but with time, the fabrication spread to different workshops. It is not only a work of artisany, it is a practical object used in daily life. This is the Hokloma. This is the perfect picture to add. Because it has money. I'm going to add one more. And the last, Gzell, ceramic called so by the name of its city, Gzell, where it's produced blue over white. It rivalized with England ceramics back in time. So it is this blue thing. I think I'm just going to put this one on that side. Okay, it's finished. Now I need to put the names of the artworks, and then I'll play an artistic adventure and finished. Oh, this is early Muscovite. How would I not going to format anything here? Is while it's saving, I'm going to show something. I just can't lose the chance to show this. So this is a matryoshka. I hope this is nice. This is a matryoshka. So you see open, and then there is another, open, and there is another. This one has 3, 4, 5. This one has 5. This is the smallest one. The other thing I want to show is these replicas of Faberge eggs. So these are like the things to stain them, and then, for example, this one, and you can put it in here, and so it can like be a decoration like this. Another one like this. All of them open like this. This one opens differently. This one opens like this. So this is like for putting in here. And then here more. And this one. Okay, and now to finish, before finishing the stream, it is an artistic adventure. Exploring Russia. All these places because in reality all these artworks are in the West Front. Church of Intercession, Vitegra. The world. Okay, I'm going to finish. I'll correct these things later. So I hope you enjoyed this stream. Next one will be Viking art. So thank you for staying. I hope you learned something. See you next time.